brothers, nieces, and nephews that have made us proud. And of course, by virtue of this, they are going to serve as ambassadors of this university to the society, to the community, larger community of the world. And so we welcome them to this Institute of Mobility, Institute of Reputation, Institute of Higher Calling, Career, and Niche that they have created for themselves this day. So today is a record-making, an epoch-making day in the annals of history, in the families of these fathers and mothers, as well as wives and husbands. Very respected dignitaries in our midst. In no short time, this event, the grand finale, is going to kickstart in earnest. So today is the last day. This event kickstarts on Monday, the 4th of this month, when we had a press briefing by the Vice Chancellor of this university. And on the second day, we had alumni homecoming. I can see my friends. I can see my friends smiling. We had alumni homecoming. And so the third day, we continue to celebrate the first degree students, the diploma and certificate. The second, the fourth day, which was yesterday, we celebrated masters, that is postgraduate masters and postgraduate diplomas. And so today is PhD. Today is tripod event. As we are going to confer on them PhD-ship, after which we shall confer on our honorary doctorate degree awardees. Thereafter, we are also going to confer on our emeritus professor and distinguished professors of this institution. And so it's a tripod event. And so it is a grand finale event. And so it is the last day of this 29th, 30th combined convocation ceremonies for 2024. And so, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to most heartily, most warmly welcome you once again for you at this event. To grace this event means that you value these beautiful faces so much, you value these handsome faces so very much. And so we honor you as much as you honor these ones. We honor you as well. So thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for being part and being a parcel of this event. As they process in, they will continue to stand, waiting for their colleagues to as well complete their processional order. That is how it's supposed to be. Ladies and gentlemen, may I also inform you that one of their colleagues happens to be the governor of this state, His Excellency Governor Umar Basi Eno, who is also going to be conferred today with PhD-ship. And so his status, his designation, his title has totally changed to Pastor Dr. Umar. So it is a privilege to also be here to witness where the governor of the state is going to be conferred. Having school here as an alma mater, having school here as an alumni of this university from BSc. So today, this university finds him worthy to be conferred with a PhD. And so, it is a privilege to be here and to be part, to witness this inform you that the Chancellor of this university, who is an emir, is very much present. He's been here, and then the Pro-Chancellor of this university is also here. The Vice-Chancellor, they are all in processional order, and so very soon they will process in to kick this event started. And so thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. Let me appreciate most especially the Director Staff Training, Mrs. Mfon, Mrs. Faith Emmanuel, as well as the Secretary of Postgraduate School, Mrs. Mfon Udom, for the duo have successfully led this line of procession. And so they have done well, they have done much. We are having dignitaries at this event, and very soon we are going to do formal recognition of our dignitaries, government functionaries at this event. Please. Please. You are beautiful, and you are handsome. We love you. Say scholars. Say scholars. Scholars of no mean repute. Say scholars. Added to the academia. Congratulations to you all. We have a very special announcement by the ICT unit of this university. Dr. Ibom, please.
All right, very good welcome to every graduate for the 29th and 30th combined convocation ceremonies of the University of Uyo. I wish to inform you that this convocation ceremony can be accessed electronically, virtually, with your phone. You just have to scan that barcode, and everything that is inside the program will be visible on your phone for you to have access to, as it has to do with the list of convocation of the graduates, as it has to do with the various addresses. Everything you need in that convocation brochure and lecture would be available. It's available in this, or you run it upon convocations.uniyo.edu.ng or convocation.uniyo.edu.ng. Just scan that, and you have it on your phone for you to have access to. That would help that you don't have to rush or try to stampede over the limited numbers of hard copies that will be made available in this hall as the convocation proceeds. Thank you very much. Music, please.
Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please. This announcement goes to the aides and security personnel of the dignitaries that we have here at this event. Please do us a favor, get to us the protocol with the names of your dignitaries, the names of your bosses that are attending this event for proper recognition, please. We do not intend in any way to do them this service. Please get to us. We may not know all of them. Please get to us with the names of the dignitaries for recognition. After this moment, there will be no recognition anymore. Once the event starts, there will be no place or opportunity to make recognition. Please, thank you. Music department, please, soft interlude.
All right. Okay. Check 1, 2. Okay. All right. Okay. Check 1, 2. All right. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right.
You never leave me nor forsake me. Except you build that house, the builders build it right. Me, I go follow you, then go. Anywhere you lead me, I go. Jesus, my life is for your love, your love. Lord, you made the little things I do be like sin, I'm being thin low. Your grace makes a difference, just embrace me. I like it, I like the way you don't lead me.
Thank you.
Promotions everywhere, contracts everywhere, plenty money everywhere. Cause you did lead me.
Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that is the arrival of the about to be conferred distinguished professor, who incidentally is the immediate past vice chancellor of this prestigious university. And so in no distant time we shall unveil the big masquerade. Thank you very much. Please keep the list coming. Keep the list coming, please, for recognition.
Lord, you made the little things I do be like sin a big thing, no. Your grace makes a difference, just embrace me, oh. I like it, oh. I like the way you done lead me, oh. Promotions everywhere, contracts everywhere, plenty money everywhere. You that lead me every day. I say I like it, oh. I like the way you that lead me,
Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen,
Boy, come down.
You're welcome to the 29th and 30th Combined Convocation
Boy, come.
ceremonies of our university in the year 2024. And so as it is important to recognize some dignitaries at this occasion, may I inform you, as well as acknowledge the presence of the honorary awardees that are here at this occasion, as well as about to be conferred Emeritus Professor and about to be conferred distinguished professors. May I crave your indulgence, therefore, to inform the heads of this sent to me list and names of their bosses, as after this moment there will be no any other moment for recognition as soon as this event starts. And in no distant time, there will be a formal procession of a chancellor, the pro-chancellor, as well as vice-chancellor of this university. But permit me to recognize some dignitaries at this occasion. Very first in my list is the immediate past Vice Chancellor of this university. Music department. Permit me to recognize some dignitaries at this occasion. Very first in my list is the immediate past Vice Chancellor of this university. By special grace of God, having given his best and has transformed this university to an enviable height, and having been the pioneer dean of the Faculty of Law in our university, the university found him fit and converted on him the most exalted position and rank in the university to serve as the Vice Chancellor. It is my pleasure, therefore, to recognize him and his dear wife. We have here Professor Enefio Essien, the Senior Advocate of Nigeria. You're welcome. You're welcome, Prof. Is here with his delectable and one of the most beautiful women we have ever seen in this part of Nigeria. She's my mother, my destiny molder. She is the director in Akwa Ibom State Civil Service, Dr. Rosaline Enefio Essien, immediate past UWA president. UWA stands for University of Uyo Women Association. You are welcome, sir. And you are welcome, Matthew. We also have here in our midst the former Deputy Vice Chancellor of our university, Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration of our university. By special grace of God, too, this university has found him worthy to be decorated, to be conferred on the position of or award of distinguished professor. He is a professor of estate management from that department, estate management department of our university, Faculty of Environmental Sciences. Okay, Faculty of Environmental Studies. He is here, Professor Godfrey Udo. You're welcome, Prof. He's one of the men that has so far motivated and inspired me. He inspired young people to grow. Thank you very much, Prof. We also have here, seated in front of me, the former Deputy Vice Chancellor, Administration of this university. He is chair, total chair, chair of chair. I know he's busy, but we have here Professor Trenchat Ibia, former Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration. Thank you. We also have here the immediate past Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, one woman that has saved this university on two sides of the coin. She was formerly Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic and served there meticulously and religiously with passion, desire, and dedication. And she was moved as the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration to head the administration as Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration by special grace of God. She is an ambassador of the university to Akwa Ibom State, serving there on appointment as Rector, Dakada Skill Acquisition Center. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to recognize Professor Enoidem Usoro, my mother. You're welcome, ma'am. You're welcome, ma'am. May I also respectfully invite one woman that retired last week from the University of Uyo. She has served in almost all the directorate as director. And so she retired, but not tired. Today she's here to grace this occasion. Mrs. Regina Ikpat, former Director, General Administration of our university. Let me also inform this honorable audience that we have here in our midst honorary doctorate awardees, some of which travel all the way from United States of America to be conferred this award on. It's my pleasure to introduce and acknowledge the presence of one of the doctorate awardees, honorary doctorate awardees in our midst. First we have Chief Effiong Afia Kure. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. You're welcome. We also have another honorary doctorate awardee that is going to be conferred on today. From United States of America, we have Dr. Itawan Ita James. You're welcome, ma. We also have the third awardee at this event, Ambassador Mrs. Alima Suleiman Sakari, former ambassador to Equatorial Guinea. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We also, in no particular order, please, we also have here let me recognize, please, in no particular order, the Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Technology, Korabasi, Futia, Professor Liu Daniel. Please, you're welcome, sir, to this occasion. Let me also recognize the former Deputy Vice Chancellor of this university and former Commissioner of Agric, Professor Okon Ansa. Please, you're welcome. You're welcome, sir. May I also recognize the NSCDC boss, Comfort, Bashir, Kafes, Ozani, you're welcome to this occasion, please. We have here Controller of Nigerian Correctional Service, Akwa Ibom State Command, CC Frank Okonkwo. Please, you're welcome to this event. May I also recognize Immediate Past Secretary to Akwa Ibom State Government. I learned he's here. I'm informed that he's here. Dr. Emmanuel Ekuwem. Please, you're welcome, sir. We love you so very much. Please continue to send us the list for proper recognition. We have here former Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, and former Director of School of Continuing Education, Professor Basi A. Ndon, retired, is here at this occasion. We have here Controller of Immigration Service, CIS AG Odinka, Akwa Ibom State Command. You're welcome, sir. We recognize you. May I also recognize in no particular order the Sector Commander, Federal Road Safety Corps, Akwa Ibom State, CC Edwards Odiente. You're welcome to this occasion, please. Please, I need the attention of Team Friday. Team Friday, please. Give me my phone. Bring my phone. We have here in our midst please, this announcement is to any of the graduates. We have a hood that has just fallen off from one of our graduates. Please, do come around and get it. We want you to be beautifully or handsomely decorated. Please, we want you to be well robed at this event. Today is your day and you cannot afford to miss any of your properties. Thank you very much. Yes, the recognition continued to trickle in. The list continued to trickle in, please. And we shall continue to do recognition. Okay, it's yours. All right, thank you. That is the arrival of the paramount ruler and the monarch of Uyo local government. Please, media outfits, please do not block where you are. Anywhere you are, do not block. Give a space. Please, just give a space. That is a walkway. Please. Thank you very much. Protocol unit, please. You are expected to do your job earnestly and nicely, please. Thank you very much. And also, the entrance door where you will have procession, please should not be blocked in any way. Please, no means should you go to that area, please. Please vacate that entrance door. We continue to make recognition as we have here the state officer of PDP. Please, in no particular order, please. The state officer of the PDP Akwa Ibom State, Honourable Mrs. Eniedi Iyang, you're welcome. And we have MD of Red Cave Pharmacy, Prince Kingsley Isong, you're welcome. We also have a former House of Assembly, former House of Rep member, Right Honourable Emmanuel Obot, you're welcome, sir. We have a former Speaker, Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly, Right Honourable Ignatius Edet, you're welcome, sir. Yes, we have a member, Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly, Right Honourable Precious. We have a manager of Ali Farms, Abuja, Mr. Osman Suleiman, you're welcome. We have acknowledged you. Deputy Director, National Council for Arts and Culture, we have here Habib Mohammed Bako, you acknowledge, sir. You're welcome to this program. We also have here the entourage of Alima Suleiman Sakari. We have here that entourage, Fatima Ali. You're welcome. We also have another person here in that entourage, Anda Orok Ansa, Eyonwan, Eyo Oku, Elin Igberegu. We also have Sheikha Omar, Abba Suleiman, and Marine Marise. Please, you're welcome. You're acknowledged. We have so many dignitaries to be recognized, and we are still doing just that. We have here the Registrar, Federal University of Technology, Ikot Abasi, Mrs. Ofion Ita Nka. You're welcome, ma. You're welcome to this event. This event, in a very short while, is going to commence. And so we are trying to recognize and bring to the notice of this audience the dignitaries that are here. I can see the wife of amiable Vice Chancellor. She's here, Mrs. and she happens to be the president of UWA in this university, Mrs. Udwa Abasi Ndayo. You're welcome, ma. You're welcome. Then we have here the Vice Chancellor of Akwa Ibom State University. Is here, Professor Nse Esien is here. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome. We have Chairman of Uyo and Algon Chairman of Akwa Ibom State, Dr. Uwemedi Mo Udo. You're welcome. We recognize you. We acknowledge you, sir. We have here State Secretary of the PDP, State Secretary of the People's Democratic Party, Akwa Ibom State. We have Honourable Ibanga Brownson. Ibanga Brownson, you are welcome, sir. Please, ushers and protocol, ensure that the book of proceedings gets to each and every participant at this occasion, please. We also have here, please may I also inform you again that this recognition is in no order, please, as we do not mean to disrespect any dignitaries in our midst. Then we have here former head of Department Political Science and Public Administration, and the most senior professor produced by that department. Okay, and Pioneer Pro-Chancellor and Chairman Covering Council at Akwa Ibom State University, Professor Okon Eminwe. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir. Okay, we have here one of the wives of the about to be conferred distinguished professor. Talking about Mrs. Akwa Godfrey Udo, wife of Professor Godfrey Udo. You're welcome. We also have here Miss Atam Idonweset Urwa, the daughter of one of our about to be conferred distinguished professor, Professor Enobasi Urwa. You're welcome, ma'am. We have here the chairman of our great party, the state party, People's Democratic Party. The state chairman is here, Right Honourable Elder Enyekan Akwa is here. Cheche, you're welcome, sir. You're welcome. We have here the Honourable Commissioner, Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, Akwa Ibom State, Dr. Mrs. Inobong Mbobo. Please, you're welcome, ma. Please, aides and security personnel to dignitaries at this event, please do us that service and send down names of your bosses to be recognized. We do not mean in any way to do this service to them. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Okay, thank you. Thank you. We have here former House member who represented in a state constituency, my brother, my friend, my friend, Right Honourable Emmanuel Ikpeyong. Please, you're welcome, sir. You're welcome. We have here the political leader of Esreke Legal Government Area and MD, CEO, Eden Hotel, Elder Ben Udobia. Please, you're welcome. You're welcome, Elder. We have here the the wife of the secretary to the state government in Adia State, Akwa Ibom State. She is here, Dr. Mrs. Inemeset Uwa. Please, you're welcome. Yes. Let me do this recognition once more. We have here the state chairman of PDP. The state chairman of PDP, Right Honourable Elder Nyekan Akwa. There is a reason for that. You're welcome. You're welcome. Welcome, sir. We also have here the immediate past chairman of Okanafun Local Government Council, Pastor Honourable Godwin Inyem, Ph.D. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome. Then we have here the spouse to our registrar and secretary to council, secretary to convocation, secretary to senate, secretary to congregation. We have the husband here, Dr. Ebere Okorie is here. That is the spouse to our registrar. You're welcome, doctor. He's a lecturer in this university. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are still doing recognition at this occasion, and so please, we still plead with aids to political leaders as well as government functionaries seated at this event to please make a list and bring it to us for proper recognition, please. We have here one man who saved this state as a two-term state chairman of the PDP. He was elevated to serve at the National Assembly as a senator. Please, it is my pleasure, therefore, to recognize Senator Ibom Paul Ibom. Okay, he's a member, Federal House of Representatives, representing Etina Federal Constituency. Honourable Ibom Paul Ibom. You're welcome, sir. We have here a former librarian of our university, please. She's here, Professor Felicia Etam, one cerebral professor this university has ever produced. You're welcome, ma'am. We also have a former librarian of Federal University of Chueke. She is still the person, Professor Felicia Etam, one woman who saved 2 federal universities as librarian. Thank you very much. We have here also Senator Effiong Bob and his dear spouse is here. We also have former Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Governing Council of University of Benin, Senator Loisus Eto, is also here in our midst. Let me reiterate, please, that we have Senator Effiong Bob here with his dear wife. And we also have former Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Governing Council of University of Benin, Senator Lloyd Sechoku. You are welcome, sir. please the Vice Chancellor of Ibom University, Professor Emmanuel Omana, represented by the Registrar of Ibom University, Obonta, Emmanuel A.J. Ime, former Director of Academic Affairs, University of Uyo. You are very welcome, sir. Government area, Ibom and Akwa. We also have here friend of His Excellency Barrister Kofre Udosen is here, please. You're welcome, sir. We have yes, please let me redo this recognition. It's very, very important because it's well seated. We have member federal we have here House of Rep member representing 18 federal constituency at the National Assembly. Right, Honorable Obong Paul Ekpo. Please, you're welcome once again. Then we have Chairman Trade Union Congress, TUC, Akwa Ibom State Council is here. Dr. Dominic Abang is here. He is also here to celebrate one of the graduating students. We have here the immediate past chairman of a Senodom local government. We also have here the immediate past chairman of a Senodom local government council, and okay, we'll hold on and then receive the arrival of their speaker, Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly, who is at this event. We also have the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State at this occasion, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The arrival of the Speaker, Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly, and as well as the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State. They are here at this occasion. Please, you're welcome, ma. You're welcome, sir. We have the NASU chairperson here, Mrs. Anastasia Essien is here. We have Rector Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic, Dr. Moses Charles Umobong is here. We also have the immediate past chairman of Senodom local government area, Dr. Anthony Lukudo is here at this event. We have the former Speaker, Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly here, Right Honorable Nse Ekane. We have here also the chairman of Uyo Capital City Development Authority, Right Honorable and Mrs. Enete Eka. We have, he is here with the dear wife, Right Honorable and Mrs. Enete Eka, Chairman, Uyo Capital City Development Authority. Please, you're welcome, sir. We have the Honorable Commissioner for Education, Honorable Ibom Etebet. Please, you're welcome. Please, we have here the political leader of Ukanafun. We have Right Honorable Obon Eno Ace Akwa. You're welcome. You're welcome. We have here member representing a Senudum State constituency in the Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly, Honorable Barrister Prince Ukong Akpabio II. You're welcome, Honorable. You're welcome, sir. Okay, we are still expecting more lists to trickle in for recognition, please, as we do not intend to do this service to our dignitaries. Meanwhile, you're welcome once again to the 29th and 30th combined convocation ceremonies of our university for 2024. Okay, we have here the Vice Chancellor, University of Africa, Toru Ora Bayelsa, Professor Solomon Ebora. You're welcome, Prof. Then we have the Registrar of that university, Dr. Akpebi Adesi. You're welcome, sir. Then we also have the Vice Chancellor of Rivers State University, Professor Nkerum Okebule, represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Professor V.B. Obobo Pepper. You're welcome, sir. We have here the HSA to the Governor on Religious Matters and Immediate Powers CAN Chairman, Akwa Ibom State, Reverend Dr. Mrs. Ndwese Ekwere. Then we have here also the Chairman, Ibom Local Government Council, is here at this event, Honorable Glory Eka Ifyon. You're welcome. You're welcome, ma. We also have here at this occasion from the River State University, we have Dean, Faculty of Science, Professor N. Boysa. You're welcome to this occasion. We also have here Muhammad Nasser, who is representing the Vice Chancellor, Sule Lamido University, Jigawa State. You're welcome. You're welcome, sir. We are into the grand finale of the University of Oyo 29th and 30th combined convocation ceremony. A grand finale that is going to witness the conferment of doctorate degrees on deserving scholars, emerging scholars, and new scholars who have created marks in their academic journey and academic history. It's going to also witness the day we are going to confer on a deserving Nigerians honorary doctorate degrees. Those awardees are well seated. We shall also do the investiture of Emeritus Professor as well as distinguished professors. They are all beautifully and handsomely seated in this auditorium. And so this is 1,000-seater TETFund auditorium of a great university. A university that is known for quality standard, research, and community development. A university that is one of the most sought after, fastest growing federal universities in this part of the world. It's second generation university that is known for quality service, for raising of students to standard and raising of ambassadors that will be proud of studying in this university. And so, you want to welcome you most warmly once again. I have seen royal fathers here. I've seen political class. I've seen clergy. I've also seen scholars of no-known reports. They're all here. I've seen beautifully adored and wonderfully made dignitaries and other guests from that side of the divide. And so we welcome you. Please just be well seated and enjoy every aspect this event has to offer. I have all the service chief, Akwa Ibom State Command, which we initially recognized. And so please, you're welcome. You're welcome. We may not have time to redo that list. Please just bear with us. As time is against us, we're about to set the ball rolling and kickstart this event in earnest. And so in some few minutes, we are going to commence this event. Please, may I hand over this rostrum to my boss and the Director of Information and Public Relations in our university, who happens to co-MC this event with me, Mr. Auditorium. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sien. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to request that we all get seated. Movement restricted. The event starts now. All the crowding at the entrance should be cleared, please. The music, give us band for the procession. Nobody should be standing or roaming at this point. The event starts now. The band. Please clear and block that entrance. Professor Akpan Hogan Ebo and wife, Prof, you're welcome. Former Vice Chancellor of the university. Please clear the entrance. Whoever mans that door should clear the entrance. My pleasure to announce the arrival of the Honourable Commissioner for Information and Bible State, Comrade Ibom. Please clear that entrance for procession, please. For sitting arrangement, please listen to the protocol. Please be sure you are well located, you are well seated. Director in charge of training. May I therefore request the Assembly to please rise. Please get yourself fixed up. No movement. The procession is on. The Assembly, please remain standing. All Professor Herbert Mbafo, Faculty of Pharmacy and Toxicologist. Professor Aneswa Shet, Physics. Professor Eta Basi, Economics. Professor Ebenso, Animal Science. Professor Isaac Udo, a musicologist. Dr. Okome, Department of Sociology. Senate procession continues. Well-robed, beautifully decorated is the Senate, University of Uyo. Heads of departments following. Professor Comfort Iyam is in that procession. Professor Margaret Bassey is in the procession. Dr. Oyayi Akpanabon, Director, Center for Gender Studies, is in the procession. Professor Imon Emeye, Department of English, the 100th inaugural lecturer of the University of New York, is in the procession. Ladies and gentlemen, the University of Uyo can boast of more than 300 professors at a go. Please clear the passage for smooth procession of the Senate. Please, if the protocol will ask you to move away from where you located yourself, please respect the instruction and move. Professor Edwina Chemistry, Professor Valerie Asawana Agriculture, Professor G.T. Akwa Physics, all in the procession. Professor Victor Ibom, Agri-Economics. Head of Department of Music, whose product we are now enjoying. Dr. Akpan is in that procession. Director, General Studies Professor Friday Day, a linguist. Ibom, former Commissioner of Ibom State and a sociologist. And here comes the procession of the Governing Council of the University of Uyo, led by Mr. Akwa. Professor Bill, Danny Musa, Professor Manuel Atin, Professor Sekan Sena, Professor I.P. Solomon, all members of the University of Uyo Governing Council, visiting Vice Chancellors. Here come the Chancellor's procession. Mrs. Ibom Wadejimi, Deputy Director, Academic Staff Establishment, is leading that procession. Professor Felicia Etem, you're welcome, ma'am. In that procession, of our special guests, Vice Chancellor, the Pro-Chancellors, and all honorary graduates of this university are in that procession. Vice Chancellors of universities in Nigeria. of Akwa Ibom State, the father of all the people in Akwa Ibom State, a kind-hearted, ordained priest, a gentleman that loves God, His Excellency, Governor, Dr. the Pro-Chancellor of the University of Uyo, Professor Tobaru Abdallah, and of course the Chancellor of our university, His Royal Highness, Alhaji Dr. Adamu Maje CON, and Chairman of the Convocation Ceremony of the University of Uyo, and all members of the Auditorium Emeritus. What is happening now is the final lap of the procession for the 29th and 30th Ladies and gentlemen, with the end of that procession, we remain standing. We followed by the University of Uyo anthem. Shall we remain standing? Every movement suspended. The band lead us as we take the national anthem.
The tribes and tongues
Professor Christopher Ekong, Chairman Conference of Ph.Ds, who please give us the opening prayer. Professor Christopher Ekong.
Let us pray. O God of all creation, merciful and omnipotent, we thank you sincerely for your mercies. You've shown us love and grace since we started these convocation ceremonies from the 6th of this month. We say thank you. As we enter the last lap of these ceremonies, we pray for your continuous mercy and grace to see us through. I thank you, God, in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Your Excellency, the visitor to this university, and our dear President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented at this ceremony by Professor Honourary Abraham George Will, Vice Chancellor, University of Port Harcourt, Your Royal Highness, Chancellor of the University of Uyo, Alhaji Dr. Abubakar Adamu Major CON, DPSD, the Emir of Hadeja, and Chairman, Jigawa State Council of Chiefs, of other universities here present, Your Excellency, President of Senate, Senator Dr. Goswill Obot Akpabio, Your Excellency, Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Dr. Umar Basieno, Your Excellencies, the governors of other states here present, the Honorable Minister of Education, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Moropo Olatunji Alauba, ably represented here by Mr. Bashir Ibrahim, the Inspector General of Police, Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Excellency Senator Dr. Akon Eyanyi, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic, and all members of the National Assembly here present, the Speaker, Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly, and members of the State House of Assembly, Your Lordship, Judge of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, Honorable Justice Inyangokoro, Your Lordship, the Chief Judge of Akwa Ibom State, and other judges and members of bench here present, Your Excellencies, former governors of Akwa Ibom State, and former governors of other states here present, former speakers and chief judges of Akwa Ibom State and other states here present, members of the Akwa Ibom State Executive Council and other executive councils of states here present, Assistant Inspector General of Police, Zone 6 Command, Calabar, the Commissioner of Police, Akwa Ibom State, the Director, Department of Security Services, Akwa Ibom State, the Commandant, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Akwa Ibom State, the Commandant, 6th Motorized Brigade, Ibagwa, Akwa Ibom State, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the Acting Executive Secretary of the National Universities Commission, Mr. Mayaki, the Executive Secretary Mr. Kalu Okoro, the Pro-Chancellor of the University of Uyo and Chairman of Council, Professor Zubairu Tajo Abdullah, members of the Governing Council of the University of Uyo, the distinguished Vice Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Uyo, Professor Nyaudondayo, former Pro-Chancellors and Governing Council members here present, Pro-Chancellors and members of the Governing Councils of other universities and institutions here present, our distinguished Convocation Lecturer, visiting Vice Chancellors and former Vice Chancellors of the University of Uyo and other universities here present, Secretary General of Nigerian Universities and Principal Officers, University of Uyo, visiting heads of other tertiary institutions, members of Senate of the University of Uyo, members of Congregation, University of Uyo, distinguished honorary graduates here present, Your Eminence, the Ibom, Dr. Solomon Etok, Chairman, Akwa Ibom State Traditional Rulers Council, all fathers here present, my Lord, spiritual and temporal, representatives of corporate organizations here present, distinguished statesmen and great politicians, dear graduates, parents and guardians here present, members of our host communities, student union president and leaders of other unions in the university, great Nigerian students, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This convergence is to continue with the adjourned 29th and 30th combined convocation ceremony of this university. We are in the last lap as we are going to assume from where we adjourned yesterday. May I respectfully address the chairman of this occasion to respectfully invite the registrar and secretary to convocation, Mrs. Blossom Ebere Okorie, to step forward and direct the proceedings of the 29th and 30th combined convocation ceremony of the University of Uyo. My registrar.
Thank you, the moderator. Good morning, distinguished audience. While standing on the established protocol, may I recognize and acknowledge especially Your Excellency, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, the visitor to University of Uyo, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, CGCFR, represented by Professor George Will, Vice Chancellor of University of Port Harcourt. Let's celebrate our President, please. May I also the Chancellor of University of Uyo, Emir of Hadija, Your Royal Highness Alhaji Abubakar Meji, his entourage. May I also recognize the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Governing Council and members of Governing Council of the University, Professor Sabiru Taju Abdullah. May I also recognize instead Pastor Dr. Umo Basino and the executive members of Akwa Ibom State. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move into the business of the day, the University of Uyo law empowers the University of Uyo to grant degrees and other distinctions, as well as to award prizes and other titles It also provides the Chancellor shall preside at all meetings of convocation held for the purpose of conferring degrees. May I therefore respectfully invite the Chancellor, His Royal Highness Alhaji Dr. Abubakar Adamu Meje, CON, Ph.D., to constitute this assembly as a convocation of University of Uyo for the purpose of conferring emeritus and distinguished professors, honorary degrees, and Doctor of Philosophy degrees. Our Chancellor, sir.
Your Highnesses, Honorable Ministers and Commissioners, members of the Council, chiefs, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Assembly constituted at the 29th 30th combined convocation of the University of Uyo for the purpose of conferring emeritus and distinguished professors, honorary degrees, Doctor of Philosophy degrees. Congratulations.
Let's celebrate our Chancellor. We take the convocation addresses. Honorable Visitor, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers and Commissioners, my Lord Spiritual and Temporal, Your Highnesses, members of the Governing Council, the Senate, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor most respectfully to invite the Chancellor, His Royal Highness Alhaji Dr. Abubakar Adamu Meje, CON, Ph.D., to address the convocation. The Chancellor, sir.
Distinguished visitor to the University of Uyo, Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Akwa Ibom, Pastor Umobasi Eno, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom, Senator Dr. Akwa Yankenyi, Honorable Ministers, the Chancellor and Chairman Governing Council of the University of Uyo, the Vice Chancellor, University of Uyo, members of the Governing Council, members of the Senate of the University of Uyo, alumni of the University of Uyo, my very dear graduates, members of the estate of Re-Alam, my lords, spiritual and temporal, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to be in Uyo, the capital city of Akwa, Ibom, for another convocation ceremony of the University of Uyo. The 2023 convocation was a triple edition, which has been reduced to double edition in 2024 as an indication of the resolve of the University of Uyo to clear the backlog of unconverted graduates. This is already a significant feat by the management of the University of Uyo. Obviously, there is the resolve in the university to build and showcase human capacity efforts of an ideal tertiary institution. The training, graduation, and sponsorship of university graduates is a mean feat in view of the prevailing economic realities in the country. Apart from an individual determination to succeed and the necessary convivial environment for studies, sponsorship remains a significant factor of academic excellence. This explains the reason for joy by the graduates, parents, sponsors for embracing the odds to achieve the greatness celebrated day. Let me at this juncture commend the visitor to the University of Uyo and President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Asuwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who was represented by Professor, for the recent constitution of Governing Council of the Federal Universities. I am pleased that the University of Uyo was not left out of the composition of eminent Nigerians to run Nigerian universities. It is for this reason I welcome Professor Zubairu Tajuddin Abdullahi, the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman Governing Council to the University of Uyo, and wish him and his internal and external council members success in their effort at contributing to the smooth running of the University of Uyo. I have no reservation about their ability to transform the fortunes of the University of Uyo. We must all join hands to support the effort of the visitor and President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, to chart a new course for our country. Despite the teasing challenges which are in a developing country, in a developing economy, the names of the global economists of today must have passed through the stage we are currently in, but solved their challenges with resilience and uncommon patriotism for their nation. In fact, we may exit the current uncertainties of our national economy earlier than expected, as we sincerely commit ourselves to contribute our quota from our various corners to nation building. As earlier as every convocation presents the university for intellectual learning and community development appraisal, I commend the Vice Chancellor, Professor Nyando Nda-Iyo, for his ability to steer the ship of this university to the success recorded at several points. May this tempo be sustained, new groundbreaking, greater heights attained to launch the University of Uyo to the zenith of academic excellence. To the graduates, I congratulate you once again on creating the fulfillment for yourselves and parents who waited with hope to say of this nature. Let me admonish you all to relish in the rules and regulations which enable you to reach the apogee of excellence in character and in learning. The twin attributes of excellence in character and learning do not stop on graduation day, but a lifelong canon with which must define your conduct in the world of work and other endeavors of life. It is much more critical to maintain excellence in character and learning to be qualified for the limited opportunities of the labor market. Also, these twin concepts of character and learning requisite for greater chance at job creation, confidence building, and human development. Finally, as the Chancellor of the University of Uyo, I heartily welcome everyone to the 29th, 30th, and 30th combined convocation of the University of Uyo, and sincerely pray for journey mercy as we recess to our various destinations at the end of the convocation ceremonies. Thank you. God bless you.
Better round of applause for our Chancellor for that illuminating address. The Honourable Visitor, Mr. Chancellor, sir, Your Excellencies, Honourable Ministers and Commissioners, my Lord Spiritual and Temporal, Your Highnesses, and Senate, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to call upon the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council, Professor Zubairu Taju Abdallah, to address the convocation. The Pro-Chancellor, sir.
Your Excellency, the Visitor and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by the Vice Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt, Professor Honourary George Will, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Akwa Ibom, Pastor Eno Basi Uno, the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Morufu Olatunji Alauza, represented by Alhaji Bashir Ibrahim, the Chancellor, His Royal Highness Alhaji Adamu Abubakar Maji, CON, the Governor of Hadejia and Chairman of Jigawa State Council of Chiefs, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Ndayo, the President General of the Supreme Council of Traditional Rulers of Akwa Ibom, Oku Ibom Ibibio, His Eminence Ntenyi Solomon D. Etuk, the Paramount Ruler of Uyo, His Royal Majesty Edidem Silvanus Effiong Oko, the Paramount Ruler of Abak, other Paramount Rulers, the representative of the Executive Secretary of TETFund, Mr. Kalu Okoro, members of the Governing Council, principal officers, members of the University Senate, invited guests, parents, and guardians, vibrant graduates and students of the University of Uyo, ladies and gentlemen of the press. Let me first of all bring to you greetings from my family and the entire members of the Governing Council of the University of Uyo. Secondly, I am immensely grateful to our esteemed visitor and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for entrusting me with the leadership of the Governing Council of this university. Witnessing this convocation ceremony as chairman of the Governing Council is a distinct honor. The current convocation, which combines the 29th and 30th batches of graduates, will leave an indelible mark in my memory, being the first convocation since our graduation as a council. It is with a great sense of pride, therefore, that I warmly welcome everyone to this special occasion. My personal welcome goes to our most revered visitor, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to the University of Uyo. I equally salute other guests whose presence has added credence to this occasion. We join all parents, guardians, and esteemed guests to share with you, our dear ambassadors, in your joy as you celebrate your well-deserved graduation from our great citadel of learning. Your hard work, dedication, and commitment have paid off immensely. Our university is a mission. Our university's mission remains focused on producing skilled professionals equipped to excel in various industries and academia. We take pride in notable alumni such as Professor Ndayo, the first alumnus to serve as first Vice Chancellor and the current Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Umbo Eno, who continues his academic journey with us. In terms of the infrastructural development, I am proud to say that we have made some modest strides to improve our campus, most recently relocating the Faculty of Law to an impressive new building. However, we could have done better if adequate funds were available to the university. In this respect, I implore the visitor in his magnanimity to ensure that more funds are made available to the University of Oyo in order to support the development of essential facilities that will serve our growing students and faculty members. Likewise, most of our science laboratories require much needed upgrade. This will enhance the institution's global competitiveness. We want to specifically the role of TETFund and in the development of Nigeria's tertiary institutions. Your commitment to staff training and development, research and infrastructural development have propelled Nigerian universities closer to global standards. However, we appeal for special intervention from TETFund to complete abandoned projects in the university. We commend His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for introducing a student loan scheme policy. This policy will surely give hope to our talented, less privileged students and enable them achieve their aspirations and dreams. Your Excellency, we are also concerned about the problem of land encroachment and land grabbing on our permanent site by neighboring communities. This has negatively affected the university's long-term development plans. Consequently, we wish to appeal for the immediate construction of a perimeter fence around the university to ensure security, safeguard university's properties. The present council of the University of Uyo is focusing attention on staff development and welfare, particularly the promotions to qualified and deserving staff. Likewise, staff training and development remain a cornerstone of our mission. In this respect, in addition to our existing postgraduate programs, some interested academics are currently engaged in postdoctoral programs abroad, including TETFund supported initiative in Brazil. However, as a member of the academic community myself, I am acutely aware of the pressing challenges in higher education, such as the shortage of facilities in our faculties, outdated equipment, and the issue of brain drain. Excuse me, please. With adequate resources, political commitment, and policy support, our universities can play a transformational role in national development. Universities like ours contribute not only by advancing research outputs that address local challenges and informed policy, but also by preparing graduates to take meaningful contributions to both local and global societies. Let me also commend His Excellency for his great foresight in approving the operational guidelines for universities' transition from the EPIS platform to a more appropriate alternative, best suited for the needs and operations of Nigeria's university system, in line with global best practices. This action will allow for greater operational flexibilities and efficiency. The University of Uyo has established itself as a reputable institution, actively involved in research collaborations, such as our current partnership with the University of Natural Resources and Life Sciences in Austria to study mycotoxin effects in high-risk Nigerian regions. Thanks to Dr. N. Apan and Dr. I. Udo for enhancing the university's reputation and image through this hard work. In closing, on behalf of the Governing Council, I extend my deep gratitude to parents and all stakeholders for their invaluable contributions to the university. To our graduates and honorary awardees, we ask that you remain proud ambassadors of our institution and seize any opportunity to give back to the society. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for honoring us with your esteemed presence. May the good Lord grant you journey mercies back to your homes and families. Long live University of Uyo, long live Akwa Ibom State, long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Let's celebrate our Pro-Chancellor. Honorable Visitor, Mr. Chancellor, sir, Your Excellencies, my Lords, spiritual and temporal, Your Highnesses, Honorable Ministers and Commissioners, members of the Governing Council, and Senate, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I respectfully call on our dear Vice Chancellor, Professor Nyaudo Dayo, to address the convocation. The Vice Chancellor, sir.
Thank you very much, Union Band, for announcing yourself. Let me say very happy and rewarding day to all of you in the name of Jesus Christ. And let me also put you on notice that because of activities lined up for the day, we have reached my speech. I have reversed it. All right. I want to put it the way that's native to University of Uyo. And that is, I would adopt linear equation and run away from quadratic equation. All right. Having said that, let me say, Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria and Visitor of the University of Uyo, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, here ably represented by our friend, our brother, the Vice Chancellor of Unique Uniport, Professor Honourary Abraham Josh Will, the Chancellor of the University of Uyo and Emir of Adeja, Your Royal Highness Alhaji Abubakar Maje, CON, DPSD, the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman, Governing Council, University of Uyo, Professor Subairu Tajo Abdallah, members of the 10th Governing Council of the Great University of Uyo, chancellors of other universities here present, Your Excellency, the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Dr. Umar Basi Eno. Your Excellencies, the governors of other states here present, the Honourable Minister of Education of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by one of us, our friend, Mr. Inspector General of Police, Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State, the Senate President and members of the National Assembly here present, the Speaker and members of Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly, Judge of Akwa Ibom State and other judges here present, Your Excellencies, former Governor of Akwa Ibom State and former governors of other states here present, the Sixth Command, the Commissioner of Police, Akwa Ibom State, the Director, Department of Security Services, Akwa Ibom State Command, the Commandant, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, 2 Brigade, Nigerian Army and Commander, Operation Delta, Save Sector 4, the Commander, 6th Motorized Brigade, Ibawa, Akwa Ibom State, members of the Diplomatic Corps are here present, the Acting Executive Secretary of National Universities Commission, the Pro-Chancellors and members of the governing councils of other universities here present, former Pro-Chancellors and former governing council members here present, Vice-Chancellors and former Vice-Chancellor of University of Uyo and other universities here present, Secretary General, Committee of Vice-Chancellors of Nigerian Universities, distinguished Convocation Lecturer, Deputy Vice-Chancellor and other principal officers of University of Uyo, members of Senate and members of Congregation of Agri University, distinguished honorary graduates here present, Royal Fathers here present, my lords, spiritual and temporal, representative of corporate organizations here present, my dear graduates, parents, and guardians here present, members of our dear host community here present, great Toscas, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me, on behalf of members of the Senate, other members of staff, and the students of our great university, the University of Uyo, I want to say it is my honor and privilege to welcome you all very specially and most warmly to this combined convocation ceremony of our university. We thank the good Lord Almighty for faithfully granting all of you each free journeys to Uyo, the serene and alluring capital of Ibom State, a state which through the vicissitude of change and continuity has developed progressively into a model spectacle in the Committee of State within the Federal Republic of Nigeria. As you know, Convocation is a continual academic tradition among universities during which degrees and certificates are awarded to graduating students and those that have met certain conditions of the Senate of each university to be conferred with honorary degrees. The ceremony typically brings together a robust constellation of radiant graduates who have met requirements of the university in character and learning, as well as their parents, guardians, other family members, friends, and other well-wishers to share in the joy of the success of the graduating students. It is therefore also a moment of thanksgiving to God for the providential gift of life, good health, and sound mind throughout the academic journey of these graduates against several odds and social challenges. I want to believe for some of you, there was a time you wanted to abandon this program, but God saw you through. Isn't it also? So we have reason to thank God. Put your hands together for yourself. It's not easy. It is within the ambit of this gratitude to God that I also most heartily welcome to the university the Honorable Minister of Education, here represented, the Acting Executive Secretary of National University Commission, and the Executive Secretary of the Tertiary Education Trust Fund, TETFund, whose schedules of duty routinely bring them close to the activities and affairs of university. I welcome and thank them profoundly. It is with much delight that I welcome the Executive Governor of Akwa Ibom State, who is part of this convocation in double capacity. First, he is here as the Executive Governor of the state, and second, as a doctoral graduate of University of Uyo. Ladies and gentlemen, let me proclaim with a sense of pride that His Excellency the Governor, as an alumnus of this great institution, took over the care of the state and has added to it a beauty mosaic of colorfulness that has enhanced the elegant outlook of the state structure, which he inherited from his predecessors. Your Excellency, we are proud to have you as one of our alumni. I must likewise appreciate the esteemed presence of members of your State Executive Council, the Speaker and members of Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly, the Chief Judge, and members of Akwa Ibom State Judiciary, all of whom have devoted conscience, time, and resources toward the building of a world-class state through the rapid and uncommon transformation that we have witnessed. The University of Uyo, through their efforts and support, has been blessed with a congenial host environment for the actualization of its vision and mission. Distinguished members of the National Assembly, past governors and their spouses, and members of the public, including the members of the press, are deserving of gratitude for availing us of their presence and time. A royal welcome to and appreciation to our Chancellor, His Royal Highness, Alji Dr. Abubakar Adamu Maje, CON, DPSD, the Emir of Adeja and Chairman of the Chicago Traditional Rural Council, and all members of the entourage to the land of promise. This extends to fellow Vice Chancellors and Principal Officers of other universities alongside heads of our collaborating institutions of learning and corporate bodies from within and outside Nigeria. In the indigenous lingo, I say, Emedio. I want to run down briefly on the achievements we've made under my stewardship. Since I assumed duty as the 8th substantive Vice Chancellor in 2020, it was last year I had the provincial opportunity to organize the 26, 27, and 28 combined convocation ceremonies in November of that year, owing to a constellation of constraints such as the much dreaded COVID-19 pandemic and the strike by staff unions in Nigerian universities, public universities. The 29th and 30th Omnibus Convocation ceremony is therefore my second since I came on board in December 2020. The destabilizing events and state of affairs both in Nigeria and around the world, which have happened covertly with my tenure of office, are not strange to any one of us. First, there were the disruptive pandemic and strike, which I had just mentioned. And then since last year, the nation's economy has been undergoing changes whose impact on the provision of social services, including education, has not been superlatively friendly. On account of this development, while the University of Uyo, under my watch, has continued to enjoy stability and peace on campus, the fallout from the overarching economic environment has not encouraged reaching our expectations in all aspects of development of the university. Despite these challenges, we have recorded some of outstanding achievements. I don't want to bother you about naming them one after the other, but we have achieved a lot in infrastructural development. You can see it on page 23 and 24. So like I said, you have to follow me so that we leave early. We have also made a lot of impact in bringing some innovation, one of which is that we have been able to establish a university printing press. Let me tell you that the other proceeding you are having with you there is printing press. And let me also use the opportunity to canvass and plead that you bring your job, you will never regret bringing it. Also, the university, in partnership with Dara Bookshop, has established a standard bookshop on campus. With this, our students, staff, and the entire university community has a one-stop bookshop that meets their needs. On staff matter, I don't want to go into too detail, but let me please say, for promotion in the university system follow three different procedures. The members of the non-teaching staff are promoted periodically once they have completed their statutory gestation period in one position and they have been assessed and found to have met all other requirements. Promotion of academic staff up to the senior lecturer position is based on completion of a mandatory gestation period in one rank, in addition to the staff having a certain number of scholarly publications. In addition to fulfilling these conditions, promotions at the professional level further go through a peer review route and entail spending of money in the assessment process. Promotion at this level, therefore, is the most conspicuous and celebrated, and is often used to gauge the commitment of management to the promotion of staff, particularly the teaching staff. It's therefore my pleasure, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to mention or even announce the following statistics of professional promotion since I came on board. Within the period under my watch, we have promoted 128 professors. We have also promoted 183 associate professors, amounting to 311 academic staff promoted to professorial rank. We have also made effort to introduce two recognitions. One is Emeritus professorship, and the other one is distinguished professorship. The University of Uyo has been especially blessed with a rich constellation of academic staff who have made their marks in diverse fields, nationally and internationally. Many of these have made outstanding individual contribution to the growth of the university and the nation, and are still poised to do more for the institution, especially if given the platform within the university. In consideration of this, and also to set a target for the younger academic to aspire towards, the management of university took the bold step of according some of these outstanding numbers of staff of two different categories of recognition, namely emeritus professorship and distinguished professorship. Sequel to this, the Senate of University of Uyo has approved the conferment of the status of emeritus professor and of distinguished professor on the first batch of the deserving members of staff. Accordingly, one of us, Professor Agban H. Ekpo, a former Vice Chancellor of University of Uyo and a globally acclaimed economist, was awarded emeritus professorship. Professor Agban Ekpo, therefore, has just become the first emeritus professor of University of Uyo. In a similar vein, the award of distinguished professor was conferred on Professor Enefiok Esien, a legal luminary, a senior advocate, and an immediate past Vice Chancellor of our great university. Also within the category is Professor Godfrey O. Uro, who is an expert in estate management and former Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration. Also, the third and not the least is Professor Enobasi Urwa, a widely acclaimed linguist, the current Director of School of Basic Studies and former Dean, Faculty of Arts of our great university. At appropriate time, you hear more about them. We have made some landmark achievement in the university through routine activities. I don't want to bother you about that. All I can say is that you look at page 54, the program, and you see it there. It range from our sources in professional and NUC accreditation. And let me also add that we are going to put forward and present again between now and December for 54 programs for accreditation, and we are prepared to do so. I also want to add that inaugural lecture and other public lecture have been sustained in the University of Uyo. As I speak, last month we had 106 inaugural lecture of this great university. There are many public lectures from friends of Professor Ndayo, from faculties, from centers, from departments, and what can you name? All over. So you can see that from pages 34 and 35. There have been other events in the university. Again, I don't want to bother you about it, but you can have, because I know this thing is the next. You can also, I'm sure you have this too. It ranges from serial number 1 to 24. That is pages 36 to 40. Now let's look at this convocation. By the special grace of God, the University of Uyo is graduating a total of 12,450 students for this combined 29th and 30th convocation ceremony. A breakdown of this indicates that for postgraduate level doctoral degrees, we have 303. That's 313. For masters, we have 608. For the postgraduate diploma, 246, all amounting to 1,167. For the undergraduate level, combining the two sessions of 2020-21 and 2021-22, we have bachelor degrees for the two sessions stands at 10,835. Diploma for the two sessions stand at 411. Certificates, 37. For undergraduate, that amounts to 11,283. Now, a further breakdown of the total number of undergraduate results for the two sessions reveal this: that we have a first class 174, first class 174, second class upper, thank you, second class upper division for the two sessions, 4,043, 4043. For second class lower division, 5,231, 5231. Third class, 893, 893. For pass category, we have 494, 494. If you add up all that, it will amount to 12,450. May I use the opportunity to specially felicitate all graduates, parents, guardians, and indeed all of us for this great achievement. And like I said, it was not easy. Somewhere along the line, some of us contemplated abandoning or letting go. But through resilience and the direction of God, you are here today. So I ask you and pray that you shall remain the fine tools of blessings and great ambassadors to the University of Uyo, your community, your family, Nigeria, and the world at large. I charge you to continue to fly the flag of University of Uyo, and always remember that Uyo is a brand. Therefore, preserve the brand wherever you find yourself. As a father, on behalf of the University of Uyo community, I declare that it is truly well with you in the name of Jesus Christ. Though a word of honorary degree, like I said, will come. There are three. One goes to Chief Effiong Daniel Afiokure. He's the chairman of Roots Care Pharmaceutical. He was born into the family of late Chief Daniel Fugere of Uboro Oro, Ure from Oruku, local government area of Ibom State. I wouldn't say beyond that. I am sure you hear more during citation. Also in the lineup as state is Mrs. Halima Sadiya Suleiman. She is one of the most celebrated and sought-after icons in the secular world who has carved a niche for herself. She holds a master's degree in project management from the Federal University of Brussels. She hails from Jigawa State of Nigeria. She is Nigeria's former ambassador to Equatorial Guinea. And then, the last but not the least, is Dr. Nwaniba James. Dr. Nwaniba was originally from Ikoro-Nyamabia in Ukanafon. I know he's still from Ukanafon, so Ukanafon will see you as a daughter. But now an indigent of Ibesigbo Sultan, local government area, by reason of marriage. She lives with her family in Easterville, California, USA. Dr. Nwaniba is a registered nurse, an educator, a public health practitioner, a health consultant, and a positive change agent. Again, take a look at one or two challenges that is facing University of Uyo like others. First is funding. Funding had been a problem to most public universities. But University of Uyo, in the case of University of Uyo, it is acute. Why is it acute? It is acute because right from the takeoff of this university in 1991, there was no takeoff grants. And therefore, the little we have, we try to spread it, sprinkle it, to see if we can meet with the needs of the university. This is why when the presidential panel came here, they sympathized with us and made recommendations to federal government. So now that the visitor is here and the Minister of Education is here, I plead that you go back and visit that takeoff grants, and then so that it will help us to move forward. The second is starving. For us, for visitors of Federal University, the fear of IPPIS is actually the beginning of wisdom for you when it comes to starving. A situation where a vice chancellor cannot even employ a messenger, it cannot be said to be ideal. But thank God for the present administration who has taken steps to unbundle us so that we can go back to where we were to enable us to run the university. I'm sure with the government in place, very soon we shall sing hallelujah. Now, we take a look at encroachment on our land. This has been a very huge problem. Thank God, TETFund has started something, but it's not enough, considering the size of the campus. We see plead with all. Whatever you can do, but federal government in particular, to help us fence so that we can secure our land and then guarantee security of life and property in this place. We shall appreciate that. Appreciation and conclusion. The Chancellor and Chairman of this combined 29th and 30th Convention ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, to round off this address, permit me to once again thank the Almighty God for His grace and mercy, which have prevailed throughout the course of these historic university events. I am equally most grateful to the visitor of our great university, the Minister of Education, the Executive Secretary, the Acting Executive Secretary of NUC, the Chancellor of University of Uyo, and Emir of Adejia, Royal Highness Alhaji Abubakar Maji, for always being there for the university as a good father. I appreciate on behalf of University of Uyo community the intervention and general will of the governor in particular, His Excellency Pastor Dr. Basiu Umar Eno. I wouldn't say beyond that. And his cabinet, and members of his cabinet and other arms of the government of Ibom State. I am also very thankful to the Pro-Chancellor for the zeal and the warmth he has displayed towards the elevation of the university to greater heights since he assumed just a few months ago. The same gratitude goes to the members of Governing Council, the Convocation Lecturer, and the distinguished honorees. The past Vice Chancellors are highly appreciated for their support. I appreciate the University of Uyo alumni, our special donors, the Representative Education Trust Fund, that's TETFund, principal officers of University of Uyo, members of Senate, deans and directors, staff and students, parents and guardians, members of the Commission Planning Committee, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all journey mercies back to your destination, and may the good Lord continue to bless you for your patience and attention. Thank you, and thank you.
Let's continue to celebrate this milestone and landmark achievements of a pragmatic, visionary leader, our Vice Chancellor, a result-oriented Vice Chancellor. Let's celebrate him. Thank you so much. We want to receive felicitation and goodwill messages from Vice Chancellors of other universities. We had received on Thursday, Friday, today the last day, from the following universities. There are goodwill messages from Akwa Ibom State College of Education, University of Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Samuel Bill Theological School, Federal College of Education, Omokoro, Port Harcourt, Benue State University, University of Africa, Turura, Bayelsa State. I know there are Vice Chancellors of other universities by reason of yes, by reason of lack of time, place, and time management. We acknowledge you. As you come up here, you drop it with the Vice Chancellor. Let's celebrate the Vice Chancellor of Akwa as it comes up. Please, other Vice Chancellors should queue because of time. Thank you, sir.
Akwa Ibom State University.
Federal University of Technology, Korobasi. Futia.
Well done, sir, and compliments. From Obon University, Obon Tap, in Akwa Ibom State.
from Lagos State University, from the City of Aquatic Splendor and the Center of Excellence. Congratulations.
It's a very unique institution in Akwa Ibom State created by His Excellency and displaying the skills that the University of Uyo is known for. Sir, Vice Chancellor, we wish you the best. Congratulations.
Greetings from the Federal University of Technology, Mina. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much from Covenant University.
Greetings from Sulalamida University, Kapin Hausa, Jigawa State, the host community of the Chancellor.
Thank you from Akwa Ibom State Polytechnic, Ikoro Surwa.
From Richmond University, Ikoro Ikpana.
University of Ilorin, Kwara State.
Thank you, Vice Chancellors of other universities. We want to take conferment of honorary degrees. Honorable Visitor, Mr. Chancellor, sir, Your Excellencies, my Lord Spiritual and Temporal, Your Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Senate of the University of Uyo has resolved that degree of Dr. Honoris Causa be given to 3 distinguished Nigerians. Let's celebrate the Senate. I want to call on the public orator, Professor Shang Ashong, to present the honorary graduate. Chief Ifyong Daniel Afiakure, to receive the degree of Doctor of Public Administration Honoris Causa of the University of Uyo. The public orator, please.
The Chancellor, Pro-Chancellor, Vice-Chancellor, and other dignitaries here present. May I request Sir Chief Dr. Ifyong Daniel Afiakure Ikpotoro to please rise. Please step forward. Thank you, sir. Standing before us, this intellectual audience is a man of distinction in service, industry, technology, evangelism, culture, and community. Chief Ifyong Daniel Afiakure is a Methodist Church Knight of John Wesley. The Ifyongs of this world are traced to the Akwa Ibom Cross, Akwa Cross etymology for excellence, peace, and serenity. Chief Ifyong Daniel exudes confidence, as is apparent. He is also calm and calculating. His name means those well versed in the marketplace. Born on February 13th, 1958, the eve of St. Valentine's Day, Effiong has lived and acted as a Valentine in every sense and calling of life, exhibiting love, care, and support to his fellow man, starting from his home community of Ubororo village in Oruefon Oruko local government area, Akwa State. He is a blessed addition to his immediate family and his people in Oro Nation and beyond. For princes and children seen with uncommon flair, aptitude, and cradle finesse, parents and guardians have a common ground for them. The young Effiong attended the Salvation Army Secondary School, Akwa in Nsirubium local government area, where captains of industry, top military brass, doctors, and other technocrats of almost every realm of endeavor were raised in those days. The young Effiong is a worthy product of the Salvation Army education milieu, where he was raised as a star-studded personality. He became a Malabite upon his admission for a Bachelor of Science degree in the field of mathematics and statistics at the University of Calabar in 1981. He crowned his knowledge of mathematics at the University of Lagos, where he studied for a postgraduate diploma in computer science between 1991 and 1992. Effiong has an untainted record of superlative performance in public service, industry, and business, which, if graded, would have earned him postdoctoral degrees. The University of Uyo has identified this figure of excellence to honor his acts, books, and letters accordingly with an honorary doctorate degree today. The career path of this enigma, personalized as Chief Afiagure, is a blend of hard work, diligence, integrity, and discipline, as he made history early in his career as the first computer programmer in any known federal parastatal in Nigeria. Earlier on, the unassuming Chief Afiagure had a stint with the teaching profession. Having obtained a distinction in the West African School Certificate examination, Chief Afiagure could not escape teaching, which was something of a compulsory duty, so he was a Master Grade 2 teacher in the then Cross Rivers Teaching Service in 1982. It was upon the payment of his humble dues to life and humanity in teaching that God later moved him to the Federal Civil Service, the Federal Ministry of Employment, Labor and Productivity, where he enjoyed interdepartment ministry and agency service movement to the Choice Petroleum Products Pricing Regulatory Agency, and finally, the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. Chief Afiagure provided selfless leadership as general manager for 15 years and retired meritoriously in 2018. For Chief Afiagure, the community is his primary point of service, as the man standing before us believes in serving his people from the modest means and resources with which God has blessed him. Very often, he initiates collaborations of support from his league of friends and public-spirited persons to actualize his community vision. His collaborations of support have paid off in the following areas. 1, building and equipping of a multi-million naira computer center with internet connectivity at Merihani Secondary School, Oron, and the award of 600,000 naira worth of scholarship per term, covering full sponsorship of 20 students at the same school since 2001. 2, building and furnishing of an ultra-modern office complex for the Council of Oron Traditional Rulers and Oron Union within the premises of the Civic Center Complex, Oron. 3, donation of a brand new 18-seater Toyota Hiace bus to the Oro Union. This is the first time the union has ever owned its own vehicle to aid its operations. 4, institution of an annual medical mission in Oro Nation, where sick people who cannot afford medical bills are treated free of charge since 2018. Chief Sir Effiong Afiagure single-handedly sponsored medical checkup in the just concluded Nigerian Computer Society International Conference in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State. He is a major contributor to the success of the private technical college where he provides a monthly subvention of 300,000 naira for payment of teachers' salaries, in addition to millions of naira committed to the infrastructural development of the school. This honorary graduate may have retired from active, but he is not tired of serving God and humanity. He knows that rarely would God use angels for what humans with the heart and resources could do. Labor before profit. This explains his engagements in business. Chief Afiagure is engaged in business and is the chairman and chief executive officer of Root Care Pharmacy and a fast with dexterity and offers employment to many deserving youths. Chief Effiong Afiagure has been honored professionally and traditionally. Administration of Nigeria, member, Nigerian Computer Society, and member, Nigerian Institute of Management, Chartered. Traditionally, he was installed by his people as the Ikotoro, the umbrella for Oro people, and a knight in the Methodist Church, Nigeria. Mr. Chancellor, sir, while some people may travel far and wide to look for honor, which may be elusive, honor has located Chief Effiong Daniel Afiagure, a worthy son of Akwa Ibom State from the Oro extraction, a knight of John Wesley, a worthy entrepreneur, manager of men and resources, a good-natured person, and a successful family man. For the conferment of Doctor of Public Administration honoris causa of the University of Uyo, I so.
by the authority vested in me as Chancellor and in the name of the Senate, I confer on you the degree of Doctor of Public Administration, Honoris Causa of University of Uyo. Congratulations.
Thank you. Please, because of lack of time, we'll take a abridged citation of the honorary awardees, please. Because of lack of Chancellor, sir, Your Excellencies, my Lords, spiritual and temporal, Your Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Senate of University of Uyo has resolved that degree of Doctor of Entrepreneurship, Education Leadership, Honoris Causa of the University of Uyo be conferred on Mrs. Halima Suleiman Zakari. I now call on the public orator, Professor Nyekan Brown, to present the honorary graduate. Yes, I've said that.
The visitor, sir, Your Excellency and Your Excellencies, Your Majesty and Your Majesties, graduates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The day of all days, it's my pleasure to invite Mrs. Halima Suleiman Zakari for the conferment of honorary degree, doctorate degree. Please rise. As you rise, Madam, may I respectfully request that you step forward. Your Majesty, the Chancellor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the context of that need to abridge, let me have the honor of saying that before us is Mrs. Halima Suleiman Zakari, a seasoned administrator, a philanthropist, and an eminent gracer in project development and management. She is a multidisciplinary dynamic executive with years of experience in helping organizations achieve their full potential. I note that Mrs. Zakari, in a bid to concentrate her skills beyond her regular education, as a development consultant with highly diverse business knowledge, attended several professional courses such as the Alternative Investment and Sustainable Business Strategy at Harvard Business School. I also note with pleasure that she has established good corporate governance practices and procedures and has promoted higher standards of integrity, probity, and corporate governance throughout the group that she has led. She is the founder of Nana Halima Empowerment Initiative, an NGO which has extended its hands of assistance, love, and care to the needy, mainly in northern Nigeria. She has had the privilege of serving in both private and public sectors, from heading companies as a corporate chairman and a CEO and the rest, to the point of leading the Nigerian delegation and representing Nigeria as an ambassador for Nigeria in Equatorial Guinea. To her credit are several honors, one of which is the honorary doctorate in international development education by the Canadian International Education Institute. I want to note that she's a fellow and member of many organizations. Time will fail us. It is in this context I regard the Chancellor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that it is my pleasure to present Mrs. Halima Suleiman Zakari to you for the conferment of Doctor of Entrepreneurship Education Leadership Honoris Causa as a fitting recognition for the extraordinary contributions that she has made to humanity. Congratulations.
By the authority vested in me as Chancellor and in the name of Senate, I confer on you the degree of Doctor of Entrepreneurship, Education Leadership, Honoris Causa of the University of Uyo. Congratulations.
Thank you, Devan. Let's celebrate our honorary graduate. Honorable Visitor, Chancellor Sir, Your Excellencies, my Lord Spiritual, Temporal, Your Highnesses, distinguished ladies, Honorary Council of the University of Uyo be conferred on Dr. Nwaniba James. I now call on the public orator, Professor Ifyong Johnson, to present the honorary graduate, the citation in an abridged format. Thank you, sir.
The Chancellor of this great university, Pro-Chancellor and Vice-Chancellor, respectively, I stand on protocol. May I use this forum to order Dr. Nwaniba James to stand. And having done standing, advance to the public here. Dr. Nwaniba James is an accomplished medical expert whose footprints, both in her profession and impact on lives around the world, have been monumental. She is highly revered and celebrated both among her colleagues in the United States of America, where she has lived for decades now, and at home in Akwa Ibom State, where she has regularly returned to impact positively on the lives of the people. She is a registered nurse, an educator, a public health consultant, an entrepreneur, and a philanthropist with an unusual passion, largely for the excluded, vulnerable members of the society. Dr. Itawan James was born in Calabar, Cross River State, into the family of late Elder Mfona Chibo Omoren and late Senior Deaconess Esther Mfona Omoren, both from Ikodi Nyangabia, Kanafon local government area of Akwa Ibom State. Having been so well raised in a loving Christian home, this woman with alluring looks got married to Mr. Ita Eo James from Afari Korobyunkan, Ibesipo Asutan local government, also in Akwa Ibom State. During the post-COVID-19 season, Dr. Itawan James and her family partnered with the Akwa Ibom State government by making available a large number of bags of rice to support vulnerable groups in the state. Further, in the company of the Honorable State Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Barrister Inie Memebong, her honoree touched the lives of 50 widows in Ibom local government, and our efforts have continued to echo and be appreciated and commended by the community. Her philosophy in focusing on the widows was also a way to promote gender balance and empower women in a traditionally male-dominated society. Before our enormous contributions to society caught the attention of the University of Uyo community, she and her family had concluded plans to extend their goodwill to the University of Uyo space with scholarships awarded to students in our two related professions of nursing and public health for the year 2024. Her being nominated by the same university for this recognition is therefore a coincidental mating of the goodwill of both the university and Dr. Itawan James' family. Still outside Nigeria, she also awarded scholarships to 3 students in Tanzania, 1 in South Africa, another one in Ghana, and has sponsored a student in Lebanon through the Modeling Academy. Her massive exploits in this direction eloquently challenged societal stigmas around homelessness and fostered greater empathy among many communities. The ripple effect of our interventionist programs would forever resonate in our memory and would continue to inspire and uplift generations to come. Dr. Itawan James is happily married to Mr. Ita Eo James, and the marriage is blessed with 2 daughters and 6 godchildren. Our dear visitor, the Chancellor and Chairman of this convocation event, other dignitaries in our midst, ladies and gentlemen, in line with the eligibility criteria for the conferment of honorary doctorate degree, it is my privilege and honor to present to you this affable and time-tested medical practitioner, educator, and philanthropist who has chosen to walk the talk as a health practitioner by her lavish contributions to the general health and education of society for the award of the Honorary Doctor of Administrative Science honoris causa of the University of Uyo. You're welcome, ma'am.
Authority vested in me, and in the name of Senate, I confer on you the degree of Doctor of Administration Science honoris causa of University of Uyo. Congratulations.
let's celebrate our honorary graduate. We want to take Conferment of Emeritus and Distinguished Professors. Honorable Visitor, Chancellor, Sir, Excellencies, my Lord Spiritual and Temporal, Your Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Senate of the University of Uyo has resolved that Professor Emeritus of the University be conferred on Professor Akwa Hogan Ekpo. I now call on the public orator, Professor Ifyong Johnson, to present Professor Emeritus, Professor Akwa Hogan Ekpo, a renowned economics and the former Vice Chancellor, University of Uyo.
Please may I request Professor Akwa Hogan Ekpo to stand for the conferment of Emeritus Professor. Please can Professor Akwa Ekpo come up here for the unveiling. Ladies and gentlemen, you may not know, it's not written in the citation there, that this man was popularly known as a radical rebel in unionism. Ladies and gentlemen, this same man was so unionist in character that he was sacked by a vice chancellor of a university. And I was sacked along with him because we were together. Our names were announced in the national network news of Nigeria. It is an irony that this same man, by another vice chancellor, should be appointed the first emeritus professor of the University of Uyo. Welcome. Akwa Hogan Ekpo, a renowned professor of economics and public policy, needs no introduction within and beyond the confines of academia. In his well over 4 decades of dedicated service and leadership in academia, Professor Akwa Ekpo has attained great heights, from department headship to the apex of his career, which saw his emergence as the 3rd Vice Chancellor of the prestigious University of Uyo. Anyone familiar with Professor Akwa Ekpo's time when he occupied the saddle would appreciate why many dubbed it the glory years. Professor Ekpo earned his doctoral degree in economics from the University of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, USA in 1983, 2 years after obtaining the Master of Arts in Economics from the same institution. Between 1982 and 1983, he obtained a second Doctor of Philosophy degree in Business Administration from California West University. He holds a separate Bachelor of Arts, High Honors, and a Master of Arts degree in Economics from Howard University, Washington, D.C., USA, obtained in 1976 and 1978, respectively. He is also on the honors roll of the United States Northwestern University Diploma of the AEA Fellowship 1975, as well as the executive certifications from the World Bank Development Institute, Washington, D.C., USA, and Harvard University, Cambridge, Massachusetts, USA, 2004, 2005, 2006, and 2008, respectively. As one of the most decorated economists Nigeria and indeed Africa has produced, Professor Akwa Ekpo is a man of many sides, a researcher and a teacher. His research has focused on economic theory, economic development, quantitative techniques, public finance, and public sector economics. And he has contributed immensely in the area of curriculum development and the economics of nations. Widely traveled, Professor Ekpo has received several awards, honors, and distinctions. Some of these include the prestigious Dr. Kwame Nkrumah African Leadership Award 2003, Chief Anthony Ani Professorial Chair in Public Finance, University of Uyo 1998 to 2001, 1977, IDRC Canada Research Grant 1992, Research Board Grant, University of Zimbabwe, Harare 1991, Fellow Nigerian Economic Society 2012, Outstanding Young Man of America, he was a Nigerian, 1977, and the American Economic Association Fellowship, 1975. Professor Igbo is also listed in the Who's Who among students in America or American universities and colleges, 1975, and cited for excellence in the International Biographies, Cambridge, England, 1977, Notable Americans, 1978, and others. Professor Igbo speaks many languages. He is proficient in English, French, Yoruba, and Efik Ibibio, and has attended and spoken at well over 130 conferences across the globe. With over 290 publications, I take that again, with over 290 publications in some of the world's most esteemed scholarly journals, Professor Igbo is visible on Google Scholar, Scopus, ResearchGate, and Semantic Scholar, among a host of other indexing platforms. Professor Igbo also boasts of a library of working papers, books, monographs, and reports. He is happily married to Reverend Mrs. Njeri M. Igbo, and they are blessed with children and grandchildren. Our dear visitor, the Chancellor and Chairman of this convocation event, other dignitaries in our midst, ladies and gentlemen, in line with the eligibility criteria for the conferment of Emeritus Professor of Physics the First, it is my privilege and honor to present to you this affable and time-tested academic and educator for his contributions to the development of our country and scholarship, Professor Akpan Hogan Igbo.
By the authority vested in me as Chancellor and in the Senate, in the name of Senate, I confer on you the Professor Emeritus of University of Uyo. Congratulations.
Let's celebrate our first Professor Emeritus of the University of Uyo. Honorable Visitor, Chancellor Sir, Your Excellencies, my Lord Spiritual and Temporal, Your Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Senate of University of Uyo has resolved that the distinguished professor of the University of Uyo be conferred on Professor Inifio E. Essien San. I now call on the public orator, Professor Oshon, to present the distinguished professor, Professor Inifio E. Essien San, Department of Public Law, immediate past Vice Chancellor, University of Uyo.
The visitor, Pro-Chancellor, Vice-Chancellor, and other dignitaries. It is my pleasure to please request my former boss, Professor and nephew, Essien, please stand and step forward. Standing before us is Professor Effiong Essien, a professor of law and senior advocate of Nigeria, SAN, a notary public for Nigeria, a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, and fellow of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators. He is a most celebrated colossus in the law profession. Professor Essien is the immediate past Vice Chancellor of the University of Uyo, having served from 2015 to 2020. Before that, he was the Chairman, Committee of Deans, and had served as Dean of the Faculty of Law for 14 years. Professor Essien is a legal pundit, a lawyer of lawyers, a university administrator of note, and law educator par excellence. He is a pioneer staff of the Faculty of Law and became Professor of Law in 2001. He supervised the first doctoral law student in this university. And today, that supervisee of his is a senior advocate of Nigeria. Several other students of his have become senior advocates of Nigeria, judges of the Supreme Court, state and national assemblymen, university professors, top government functionaries, etc. He has not only lectured in the University of Uyo, but has been a convocation lecturer, adjunct professor, and visiting professor in other universities at various times. The honoree has 2 fellowships in his honor and has written or edited 6 books and has over 160 publications to his credit. These include books in different areas of law, book chapters and conference papers, and his publications are not just local, they appear in Africa, America, Asia, and Europe. Professor Essien has both state and national prominence. Ibom State as chairman of a state panel of inquiry and has served the Nigerian nation in many capacities. As chairman, editorial board of Nigerian Company Law Report, chairman of degree mills in Nigeria, and chief external examiner for JAM in Akwa Ibom State, as well as member governing council of the legal education. He's also been member Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies Governing Council from 2012 to 2015. He has an apex membership of many professional bodies, and I will not bore you with them, but there are many. This honoree, the founding national president of the Society for International Humanitarian Law Teachers in Nigeria. He has received well over 90 prizes, excellent service awards, honors, and recognition, and is listed in major global biographic encyclopedia. To mention a few, he is listed in Who is Who in the World, 19th edition, Who is Who in Nigeria, 2nd edition, 1,000 Great Scholars of the 21st Century. The National Association of Law Teachers attested to his invaluable mentorship and expertise in 2014 by awarding him the Teslim Elias Excellence Award. The most alluring feature of Professor Essien is his self-effacing, calm, mean, humble disposition, even as has impacted and still impacts lives across the nook and crannies of the state and nation as a whole. He is a fascinatingly detribalized Nigerian and a personality who places high premium on merit and fairness with particular reference to humanity. He is happily married to Dr. Roslyn Essien, a director in the Akwa Ibom State Civil Service, and together they have children. Ladies and gentlemen, in line with the eligibility criteria for appointment, it is my privilege, honor, and pleasure to present to you a first-class legal maestro who has traversed the length and breadth of university teaching, legal profession, university administration, and scholarship, and is thus deserving of conferment with the title of Distinguished Professor of the University of Uyo. Thank you.
By the authority vested in me as Chancellor and in the name of Senate, I confer on you the distinguished Professor of the University of Uyo. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's celebrate our honorary distinguished professor. Honorable visitor, standing on the existing protocol, the Senate of the University of Uyo has resolved that the distinguished professor of the university be conferred on Professor Enobasi Essien Urwa. I now call on the public orator, Professor Niakan Brown, to present the distinguished professor. The citation in an abridged format, please.
The visitor, the chairman of convocation, Your Excellency and Your Excellencies, Your Majesty and Your Majesties, invited guests, graduates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor of inviting Professor Nwaniba to please rise and step forward. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before us is one who has inspired me to remember the expression of Thomas Sankara, whom I paraphrase. He said, women are an important aspect of the society, and therefore development planners will be making a mistake if they decide to think development without women. According to him, he said it will amount to using 4 fingers when we have 10. And today you agree with me that the University of Uyo, the Senate management, here for us, Professor Nwaniba, a quintessential academic, renowned international scholar, and a direct professor of linguistics, who was born on the 30th of May, 1957 at Baya Oran local government area of Akwa Ibom State here in Nigeria. She attended many universities and crowned it off with the likes of University of Ibadan, University of Edinburgh in Scotland, United Kingdom, University College London, University of Bielefeld in Germany, and the rest of the places. She graduated first from the Department of English, but ended up as a professor of linguistics. You can agree with me, whether it is mathematics or science, language is the undercurrent. And so the university has no problem in recognizing this one, whose commitment to linguistic development in Nigeria had been that need for the computer to speak our local language. She is published widely. She belongs to several academic and professional organizations. She has rendered several services and still doing those services for the university community and outside the university. But currently, she serves as the director of School of Basic Studies of our university. The Chancellor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, beyond adding the fact that she has attracted many awards for this university and grants, let me submit that Professor Nwaniba is an independent and as well as a team player who is gender sensitive, who is open to new learning and knowledge, whose core principles remain those of integrity, hard work, commitment, of duty and service. She is God-fearing. As a golden fish that has no hiding place, the authorities of the University of Uyo have rightly identified and deemed it fit to confer a award of distinguished professor on Professor Nwaniba for her meritorious achievement in the academia and invaluable contribution to the growth and development of the University of Uyo in particular and the university system as a whole. Behold, our soon-to-be professor, a distinguished professor. Thank you very much.
By the authority vested in me as Chancellor and in the name of Senate, I confer on you the distinguished Professor of University of Uyo. Congratulations.
Let's celebrate our distinguished professor. Honorable visitors, sir, permit me to stand on the existing protocol. The Senate of University of Uyo has resolved that the distinguished professor of the university be conferred on Professor Godfrey O. Udo. I now call on the public orator, Professor Ifyong Johnson, to present the citation in a abridged format, please.
The Chancellor of this ceremonies, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, if anybody's citation needed to be breached, it is this one. And it's my pleasure to do the cutting rather arbitrarily. On that note, may I request Professor Godfrey Okonudo to stand and then waltz his steps to us here so that we can see him clearly. If you saw him work, he actually waltzed. Standing before us is the first professor of estate management on this side of the Niger. He is an accomplished academic with over 40 years of meritorious academic service, a professor of professors. Professor Godfrey Okonudo, region of Ikot in the Ikono local government area of Akwa Ibom State, St. Patrick's College, Ikot and Sir, Calabar, where great men were brought a newspaper to their football grounds at Sacred Heart Primary School and shared an advert with him. The College of Technology Calabar had just been established and courses were advertised. Right there, he decided that it was estate management for him. He had Nigeria Limited, so he had a fair idea of what he had offered to do in life. At Nottingham University, he found that there were options and he could choose to be an urban estate surveyor or a rural estate surveyor. But why choose rural? He chose urban. He later obtained an MSc degree in estate management in 1987 and a PhD in estate management in 1991. This made him the first doctor of estate management from the defunct southeastern state and in fact the present Niger Delta geopolitical region of Nigeria. On returning to Nigeria in 1980, he opted to serve in Enugu. By 1984, he joined the services of the University of Nigeria as a graduate assistant and rose through the ranks to become a senior lecturer in 1995. After his NYSC year, he aligned himself with a friend and assisted him in selling telephones and computers. He taught his clients how to use Commodore 64 and Apple II for word processing and spreadsheets. To deepen his skills in programming in BASIC, he took lessons from his wife, Akwa. In 1999, he served his first sabbatical tenure at the University of Lagos. During his sabbatical year, his friend invited him to partner on a consultancy for Mobile Producing Nigeria Unlimited. He offered to serve on the consultancy on the condition that a laptop computer was attached to that job. He was given an old Compaq. His report was presented in electronic format and fully interactive. He ended up spending the next 5 years on a retainership with Mobile Producing Nigeria Unlimited. He created the oil spill database for the company and developed what eventually became a litigation database used in the legal department of the company. Godfrey belongs to several professional bodies as listed there. In 2007, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Kanranesian, invited Professor Udo to join the academic staff of the University of Uyo, where he was assessed and proclaimed a full professor in 2008. Professor Udo has to his credit over 80 publications comprising books, book chapters, journal articles, conference papers, and seminar papers. He was a major consultant in the Japan International Cooperation Agency study team, which conducted a pious Okigbo-led nationwide water resources socioeconomic inventory survey in 1993. His community, national, and professional services include, but are not limited to the following. I mentioned one, Senior Research Associate at the University of Johannesburg, South Africa, June 1, 2020 to date. In this capacity, he served as a co-investigator and advisor on inter-institutional research projects. He also served in the Postgraduate Study Board. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Udo is a proactive and visionary in his worldview and has brought to bear in his management style. He runs a thriving estate surveying and valuation practice with over 40 years experience in consultancy and research. He provides leadership to real estate business professionals. He played football, he still does. He provides leadership to real estate business professionals, and he is the chairman of Akwa Ibom State Baseball Association, which actively promotes baseball and softball in Akwa Ibom State. He is a good tailor, wow, and plays the guitar, electronic piano, and harmonica. He is married to Akwa Udo, a retired computer scientist, a banker, and they have one daughter by name Hazel. The Chancellor, it is my pleasure to present Professor Godfrey Okonudo to you for the conferment of Distinguished Professor as a fitting recognition for his extraordinary contributions in academics and to humanity. Mr. Godfrey Odo.
By the authority vested in me as Chancellor and in the name of Senate, I confer on you the Distinguished Professor of the University of Uyo. Congratulations.
Let's celebrate our distinguished professor. We want to admit into the degree of Doctor of Philosophy of this university. Chancellor, sir, may I now call on the Dean, Postgraduate School, to present candidates to be conferred with the degrees of Doctor of Philosophy of this university. The Dean, sir.
Will all the graduates for the degrees of Doctor of Philosophy please stand? Chancellor, sir, in the name of the Postgraduate School and by the authority of Senate, I present to you the following graduates whose names appear on the list hereinafter to be conferred with the degrees of Doctor of Philosophy, those present and those unavailable absent, and for whom I stand proxy, who have been found worthy, both in character and in learning, to be conferred with the degrees of Doctors of Philosophy of this university.
By the authority vested in the Chancellor, I confer on you all, those present and those unavoidably absent, for whom the Dean stand proxy, the degree of Doctors of Philosophy of this university. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I think you can warm your seats. If you look around, we have plenty. We have a lot of PhD students today. And we have to go around. Truly, we may not leave this place today early. And so we are going to do symbolic one by first conferring on His Excellency. Thereafter, we will arrange and hand over the scroll to all of you. Is that accepted? Yes. It's too low. Is that accepted? Yes. Thank you very much for accepting.
Let's celebrate our governor. Let's celebrate our governor. Thank you so much. Thank you for our graduates. You will stay so we can cap everyone. But for now, let's move on with our program. We want the graduates to stay so that we can cap them. That's the beauty of this ceremony. I will now call on the President of Alumni Association, Right Honourable Onofiok Luke, to receive these great people into the Alumni Association of the university.
Thank you. To God be all the glory in the mighty name of Jesus. The visitor of this great university, ably represented, the Chancellor, Your Excellency, the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, the great alumnus of this great university, an ambassador of this great brand called Yunuyo, His Excellency Pastor Mobaseno, Your Excellencies, my Lord, spiritual and temporal, Your Highnesses, honorable ministers and commissioners, members of governing council, and Senate, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor and the authority of the governing council to please request that all the graduates stand. By the powers conferred on me by this institution, the management and the governing council, the constitution of the Alumni Association, and the National Executive Council of this great association, as the representative of convocation in the governing council, I'm pleased to administer this oath of allegiance. And you repeat after me, please, and insert your name where you have the dotted lines. I do solemnly swear that I would be faithful and bear true allegiance to the University of Uyo Alumni Association, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the University of Uyo Alumni Association, that I will keep alive the ideals of the association as enshrined in its motto, and that I will promote the good of the association at all times. So help me God. By the powers conferred on me, I receive you all into the Alumni Association of this great brand, University of Uyo. Greatest Oscars, greatest all Oscars, Ivory. You're welcome.
Let's celebrate the graduates, the great alumni. I want to call on Professor Isu to present the Alumni Award to our dear governor. Professor Isu.
The Chancellor, the visitor, and other protocols as have been established. It is the global tradition to always seek out some select great alumni of universities and contribution to humanity of learning. And so the University of Uyo of Professor Nyaudon Dayo this year begun the process that will establish the acknowledgement of such great alumni of this great university. It is my pleasure to please request that the man who had his first degree in the University of Uyo, had his master's degree in the University of Uyo, and has obtained his PhD degree in the University of Uyo, the man who, amongst others, who had fought, worked hard, and saw the exalted office of the executive governor of Akwa Ibom State and could not succeed, but in God's time, he decided that one of such men should succeed to sit as the governor of Akwa Ibom State. His Excellency, Pastor Dr. Umar Basieno. So please come forward for the highest honor that the Vice Chancellor can bestow on an alumnus. The Vice Chancellor's Award of the Distinguished Alumnus of this great university.
We needed to ambush you a little. His Excellency, as you have been told by all of us, it's our pleasure that God in his appointed time has taken time to select one of us and honor in your person. And therefore, if it were in the community, and if it said in our local palace, you are now an Igbo. Therefore, it's our pleasure to hand over this to you as our distinguished alumnus, and pray that you should continue to fly the flag, perform wonders, and we'll continue to pray for you to succeed in the name of Jesus Christ. Congratulations.
Let's celebrate our great alumnus. The Chancellor, Sir, Your Excellencies, my Lord Spiritual and Temporal, Your Highnesses, Honorable Ministers and Commissioners, members of Governing Council and Senate, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor and privilege most respectfully to invite the Executive Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Dr. Umar Basieno, to deliver his goodwill message to the convocation our Executive Governor said.
Thank you so much. Please let's take our seats. Thank you. The visitor to the University of Uyo, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, very ably represented today by the Vice Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State, my daughter, the Coordinator of the Office of the First Lady of Akwa Ibom State, the Honorable Speaker of the Akwa Ibom State Assembly, the Chancellor of the University of Uyo, His Royal Highness Alhaji Dr. Abubakar Damu Maje, CON, the Emir of Adeja, Jigawa State, the Pro-Chancellor of the University of Uyo, the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Uyo, distinguished senators and members of the House of Representatives that are here, the representative of the Honourable Minister of Education that has joined us here today, the Chairman of PDP in Akwa Ibom State, and all of the ESCO members, honourable members of the Akwa Ibom State House of Assembly, Secretary to Government, the Executive Assistant and Chief Delivery Advisor to the Governor, honourable Commissioners, honorary Special Advisors, and your spouses that have joined us here, the Governing Council of the University of Uyo, other VCs that have joined us this afternoon, members of the First Family that are here with us, service commanders, both serving and retired, captains of industries, our royal fathers, my Lord, spiritual and temporal, my fellow graduates and awardees that we are blessed to be here this afternoon, the chairman of the Alumni Association, specially invited guests, members of the academia, the press, ladies and gentlemen. I stand here this afternoon wearing two caps. They represent two fundamentally important ideals: the power of perseverance, faith, and hope, and the uplifting feeling that heralds the successful outcome of a passionate dedication to hard work, an infinite belief in God as the author and finisher of our desires and our needs. Today I join you, my fellow graduates, as one of the graduates with a degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Political Science, specific area Public Administration, which is a testament to perseverance and faith in the unending and unchangeable possibilities that exist if you believe. I am also standing here, please permit me, let me take. Thank you. I'm also standing here in another capacity, the fifth democratically elected governor of this wonderful state. This cap speaks also to the immutable designs of the Almighty God to perfect all that He has desired for every one of us. Again, if you believe. Let me first and foremost thank the visitor to this great citadel of learning, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and President, for his passionate dedication in growing our economy and repositioning our nation as the dominant economic powerhouse in Africa. The path to getting us to that destination is rough, we must admit. But as hard as we are currently experiencing, I believe that with support and prayers, we will overcome. Permit me also to express our deepest appreciation to the Chancellor of this university, the Emir of Adija, His Highness Alhaji Adamu Maje, the Governing Council, management and staff of this university, led by the Vice Chancellor, Professor Nyaudo Ndayo, the Senate, and all other members of this institution for working hard to make the University of Uyo one of the most sought-after universities in the nation, with stellar academic record and alumni list that comprises some of the most successful people spread across different professions. Today I'm here as one of your ambassadors. I want to commend and thank my academic supervisor, Professor Noha, and indeed all of the lecturers in the Department of Political Science. I'd like to thank you for your patience, for your encouragement, and walking through my tight schedule to get me to this point. I'd like to dedicate the accomplishment to my dear wife and First Lady of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Mrs. Umoino, who sadly has passed on to be with the Lord. She was my greatest cheerleader and had encouraged me to pursue this program even when my schedule as the Chief Executive of Royalty Group and also a member of the State Executive Council, and later going through the grueling campaign schedule as the PDP candidate for governor, and now as the elected governor of this state, made the pursuit of this program quite daunting. I know that she's in heaven watching over us right now from the balcony of heaven, satisfied that I'm proud immensely too of this accomplishment. It would have been quite fulfilling to have her sit here amongst us, but we can't question God. Let me also thank her for all of the word she told me when I visited her in London a week before she passed. You must go and defend your thesis. I know she's here, and I know her spirit is here. She's represented this afternoon by my beautiful children, and please let me ask them to stand up for recognition. Thank you so much for your support, and thank you for flying the banner of your dear mother. Together, we will ensure that her legacy lives on. You are those legacies, and I cherish all of you. My life has been one of shared grace and faith in the immutable plans of God, and a willingness to work hard to bring to fruition all that He has embedded in me. From a challenging life growing up after I lost my father, to keeping my gaze on the bright lines of what the future may portend, to becoming an entrepreneur with the third largest wage bill in this state after the state government and ExxonMobil, and now the governor of this blessed state. I have every reason to be grateful to God, but it didn't come easy. It came with hard work, honesty, transparency, and character traits that inspired and brought people whom God has placed as my destiny helpers to come to trust me and provide building blocks for me to climb the ladder of success. My background has shaped my governance style, placing the people at the center of all that we do, which is essentially what the Arise agenda is all about. Because I know how it feels to go to bed hungry and not knowing where the next meal will come from. That is why we are providing free food vouchers as a temporary intervention to help the most vulnerable amongst us, while urging everyone to return to the farm. Because I've seen people live in the most dilapidated of places, they called homes. Because I used to live in one myself. We are now building compassionate homes for the most vulnerable. I know we cannot go around the 7.2 million people, but this is an example and a pathway for those whom God has blessed to follow same. And gladly we have had people who have told this line. Today we now have public servants, we now have politicians, councillors, building houses and becoming their brothers' keepers. I have seen our elderly ones die of easily preventable diseases. That's why we are constructing world-class primary health care centers all over the state, complete with the enrollment of our public servants free of charge into our state health insurance scheme. And we pay 50,000 naira monthly to elders drawn from all across the 31 local governments of our state through the Arise Care Initiative for the Elders, a program we inherited from the First Lady of the Nation, Her Excellency Senator Remi Bola Tinubu. Because I recognize the power of education, which is the reason I am standing here today. We have kept faith with the free and compulsory education in our state, with the bursary increased from 10,000 to 20,000 for students studying general courses, and from 10,000 to 30,000 for students that are studying professional courses. We have also released a 100 million naira educational grant for our physically challenged people, and we are disbursing 250,000 to undergraduate students and 300,000 to those who are studying professional courses. We are building world-class primary schools across the state because the foundation for academic excellence starts from the primary school level. We are doing all these, what I call kitchen issues, while we are also embarking on big item projects, such as road constructions all across the state, and the completion of those roads we have also inherited. Recently, we purchased as a state government 2 brand new CRJ-900 Bombardier aircraft to support the Ibom air fleet. About a week ago, we were in Lagos for the groundbreaking ceremony of the 18-story Ibom Towers, which we hope we will continue to invest in our state. We are building ferries with the Nigerian Navy for interstate water transportation and the rehabilitation of the Oron Jetty. And of course, we are providing water for the first time in a local government area. Our investment in security and rural development is ongoing. These are projects that put people at the front and center of engagement. We are providing investment in critical areas that will bring dividend to our state. Very soon, we'll be having the groundbreaking ceremony of a 4-star hotel on a moribund land again that has been abandoned in Abuja, just by the Ministry of Finance. That is a strategic location, and before we lose that land, we are determined to put it to commercial use. Part of the things we have done is to ensure that we don't tax our people, but rather go out there to invest. And we hope and trust God that this investment will bring returns in the years ahead. I believe squarely in the power of small, medium enterprises as the engine of economic growth, especially with the middle class, which is quite instructive in the sense that I picked my thesis on government and private sector development, a study of small and medium enterprises in Akwa Ibom State. It is important to note that I was still in the private sector when I picked this topic. Today, God has placed me in the position as governor to implement most of the recommendations in the thesis. And that explains why we have been deeply intentional in supporting small, medium enterprises since I became governor. It is very rare to have you write your thesis and then be the one to implement the thesis. I believe I'm one of the luckiest human beings that God has ever created. Part of the first act I performed upon my inauguration was the establishment of Ibom Leadership and Entrepreneurial Development Center, the Ibom-led, with the mandate to train and support small and medium-scale entrepreneurs. Today, through the Ibom-led, we have trained well over 2,000 young and budding entrepreneurs and have also given them startup grants of 500,000 naira each. We have trained 400 of our female youths, and before the end of the year, they will get 750,000 naira grant to start their businesses. I am happy to report that these businesses are moving and they are doing extremely well. We have set up a commercial hub in Ibom-led to sew our uniforms for Ibom Community Watch, to sew uniforms for our pupils in school, and to manufacture shoes. We are providing jobs for our people. We partnered with the Bank of Industries. Not only did we bring them to Akwa Ibom, we released a grant of 2 billion naira so they can give single-digit interest to our small, medium enterprises. We are working very hard to eliminate multiple taxation, which has been the bane of problems for our SMEs. And of course, we are doing a very good study on our power sector. We've just finished an audit report, and thankfully the federal government has now granted states the power to distribute the generated power. We now will no more produce for the national grid and wait for them to send back to us. When we finish our reforms and with our distribution company, I believe that before the end of this administration, we should be able to get power to our people on a 24/7 basis. We're working very hard on that. So this decree, therefore, which again represents hard work and my faith in the power of small and medium enterprises to ignite economic growth and prosperity, especially with the middle class, will further strengthen me to keep giving the best of me in the service of our state and our dear people. I'd like to thank everyone that encouraged me throughout this work. Let me again thank my head of department, who severally had corrected my work and had always cancelled it with his red pen. Prof, I remember teasing you one day, and I said, Prof, it's only one person that is allowed to use red pen in the state. And you turned and looked at me and said, because I'm your head of department, I will always use this red pen to mark your work. And I'd like to thank you. You are a good man. You persevered with me. Many times you will come so that we talk about my work, and there will be no time. You will come again. I'd like to thank Professor Ejere. I'd like to thank all of you. And I'm sure today you should be proud that the Department of Political Science have produced not just a governor, but has produced a governor that is a PhD holder. To my colleagues and all of us that are graduating today, I would have loved to have invite all of you for lunch, but I know that you are also going for lunch. So I'm going to leave 50 million naira with the school, and the school has the list, and the school will be able to ensure that each and every graduate today gets part of that money. So that will be for the lunch we should have. And that is just my way of thanking you and thanking all of you. Thank you. Now for the university, I thought of what as a state government we should do, but we have started doing some work here already. But I had whispered to the Honorable Commissioner for Works, and he says the work is ongoing, sir. But let me appreciate the university in two parts. To the university purse, we will send 100 million naira. Then to the university staff, all the staff will do another 100 million naira. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, our dear Governor. Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, Mr. Chancellor, my Lord Spiritual and Temporal, Your Highnesses, Honorable Ministers and Commissioners, members of the Governing Council, Senate, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor most respectfully to invite our honorable visitor to the university, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, to deliver the address to the convocation. He's being represented here by Professor George Will, Vice Chancellor, University of Port Harcourt. Let's celebrate him. Let's celebrate His Excellency.
Address delivered by the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and visitor to the University of Uyo, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, at the 29th and 30th combined convocation held on Saturday, 9th November 2024. The Chancellor of the University, Your Excellency the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, the Pro-Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Uyo, distinguished members of the Governing Council of the University of Uyo, representative of the Minister for Education, principal officers of the University of Uyo, Senate, staff and students, distinguished graduates, all other protocols duly observed. It is with immense pleasure that I stand before you today at this auspicious occasion of the 29th and 30th combined convocation ceremony of the University of Uyo for the award of honorary degrees, conferment of first and higher degrees, award of diploma and prizes. I congratulate the Pro-Chancellor and members of the Governing Council on their appointment to superintend and manage the affairs of the university. I also congratulate the Vice Chancellor, principal officers, members of Senate, staff, students, graduating students of the university. My heartfelt congratulations to all the graduates for successfully attaining this remarkable milestone in their educational journey. Your dedication and hard work, commitment and perseverance has brought you to this point, and you truly deserve the accolades you are receiving. As you step into the next phase of your lives, I urge you to remember the self-evident truth that you are the future leaders of this country. Government has spent a lot on your education, equipping you with the skills to make meaningful contributions to your life and our society. As you go into the world, I urge you to be agents of positive change, using your knowledge and tools in uplifting our society and contributing to the growth and development of Nigeria and the world at large. I appeal to your sense of patriotism, imploring you to avoid the temptation of hurrying to look for greener pastures outside. We can't make our pastures equally as green or even greener than those of the other climes. As you are aware, the foundation of any progressive society is education. It is the driving force for all technological advancements, which drives modern civilization and national development. It is through the cultivation of knowledge that we can shape the future of the beloved country. Hence, education is of utmost importance and priority, and this administration will continue to support and strengthen education in our great country. As a government, as part of our renewed hope agenda for the education sector, the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, (NELFund), was established to provide financial support to students in tertiary institutions. To date, over 7 billion naira has already been processed for payments to students and their respective institutions through this innovative program. While NELFund may still be facing teething problems peculiar to new agencies of its kind, the progress made so far is impressive. I appeal to beneficiaries of these loans to be honest and committed in their loan repayments to make NELFund sustainable. Let me assure you that this administration will continue to do everything possible to assist NELFund to achieve its mandate of making tertiary education more accessible to all Nigerians. I am very much aware of the challenges we are currently facing as a nation. Let me assure you that government is committed to addressing these challenges head-on and implementing measures that will mitigate their impact to our people, particularly the most vulnerable amongst us. I therefore solicit for the support and understanding of Nigerians towards government's economic reform programs, in spite of these difficulties involved. These economic reforms, though difficult and understandably controversial, were taken in good faith with the overarching goal of steering our economy towards stability and growth. We are very much hopeful that these reforms will yield the desired results in no distant future. We shall all smile as we enjoy our newfound prosperity. The road to prosperity is often paved with sacrifices, but together we will emerge stronger as a nation. I am confident that with resilience, unity, and a shared vision for a better Nigeria, we will overcome these temporary difficulties and achieve sustainable development. At this junction, permit me to reiterate the need for our universities and other tertiary institutions of learning to conform to the ever-changing demands of our modern-day world by repositioning themselves and encouraging impactful teaching, learning, and research that will bring about national progress and sustainable development. Education is a cornerstone of national development and must be responsive and transformative for noble development to take place in our nation. I therefore urge our universities to be committed and live up to their obligations as the vanguards of research, teaching, and community service in line with their tripartite mandate. Our universities should take the lead in championing demand-driven research that will serve the society in making human lives better and enriched. Academia should undertake a cutting-edge research in all their research that will address the challenges of development. The government has supported the establishment of numerous centers of excellence across our tertiary institutions. It is, however, regrettable that the outcomes of numerous research and studies carried out, as well as findings from presentations made by our scholars at national and international conferences and workshops, usually end up on the shelves of their respective authors, supervisors, departmental or faculty libraries, and other university archives. Permit me to reiterate this present administration's commitment to following due process, preserving the sanctity of the rule of law, fighting corruption, securing the lives and properties of our people, and rehabilitating and upgrading our critical infrastructure in line with our renewed hope agenda. We are determined to enthrone hard work and honesty as a way of life in our nation, in addition to placing the welfare of our citizens above everything else. Our universities and every well-meaning Nigerian must join hands to make this possible. I congratulate the University Senate, the management team, the governing council, and the Chancellor for the successful hosting of this event. I have confidence that the University of Uyo Governing Council, which was recently constituted with men and women of experience, will do great things and deliver on its mandate. Once again, congratulations to all the graduates. I wish you success in all your future endeavors. May you continue to shine as beacons of hope and progress for Nigeria. Thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Let's celebrate our president. Thank you so much. We want to take responses from one of the honorary awardees. After that, we cap all the graduates. So please bear with us. Let's receive from the awardees, honorary council awardees, one of the graduates. To make a response. Thank you. Good afternoon. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Chancellor of the University of Uyo, and our amiable Governor, His Excellency, Pastor Umar Eno, Dr. Umar Eno. I have been mandated by my colleagues to speak on our behalf. And so I'm representing the voice of Dr. Effiong Afiakure and Dr. Halima Zachary and myself. We want to really appreciate University of Uyo for not only recognizing and celebrating academic success and achievements, but celebrating community service and positive societal impact that we have created. And so we appreciate you. And on their behalf, they want to appreciate their spouses, because they wouldn't be able to do any of these things without their spousal support. And on that line, I want to specifically also celebrate my husband, that the award that we receive today belongs to her husband and Dr. Afiakure's wife, because they've been there. Personally, for me, my husband is the financier of all the initiatives that I've ever carried out. He not only gave me an enabling environment, but he also made sure that is my soundboard, that is my greatest cheerleader. And so my award is also his award. I want to stress that, because I want him to continue to do more, because I know I have a lot of work to do and I want him to support me. And so, on behalf of Dr. Afiakure University, to know that he is going to develop content, and that is capacity in the area of pharmacy and hospitality. Dr. Halima Zachary has also disclosed that he's going to support the university with some cash, and the university would use it where it deemed fit. And on my behalf, as a nurse and a public health practitioner, I am going to, starting this academic year, sponsor 5 nursing students and 5 public health students from the start to finish. I am also donating computers to the school to foster lifelong learning for the next generation of healthcare leaders. And so I want to thank University of Uyo again. And we are more inspired, and we are more determined. And with all of you present here, I know you have our back, that when we call on you, you will answer us, you will support us. And so on that note, I will say, we are all financially equipped, more financially equipped to keep working, to keep touching lives. And thank you to all the graduates. I want to say, you work hard. May God bless you. The world is your oyster. And as you embark on the next chapter of your life, please remember the importance of giving back. As you rise, make sure you reach down to lift some other person up. And I say congratulations to everyone, our future change makers. Thank you. Thank you so much, our honorary awardee. With the permission of our visitor, the Chancellor and our dear Governor, while they exit, we will do the capping. We want to thank the visitor, sincerely, the Chancellor and our dear Governor, for being with us, for spending time. We will continue with the ceremony as we grant them the permission to exit. Thank you so much, sir.
I now declare the 20th and 30th combined convocation of the University of Uyo closed. Thank you. May God bless you. Bye.
Hello. Please, can the media disconnect us from the web? Our dear graduates, I want to appeal to you to, because rightly so, and it has been observed,